Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Here we are today at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We're going to have a wonderful day on Wednesday. Raise it? Okay. Hello, Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Here we are today. Raise it more. And this is all the way up, all the way up. Perfect. All right.
They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Hop in the air at the start. Ava's on. Ladies and gentlemen, national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. Wednesday afternoon, thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast, 53 minutes to race 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race, nothing to report. Go over to race number 2. We do have a scratch. Scratch number 5, follow your arrow. Number 5, follow your arrow, is out of the second. Third race, scratch number 1, he has it all. Number 1, he has it all, a scratch from the third. Fourth race, scratch number 6, hazard pay. Number 6, hazard pay, a scratch from the fourth. Fifth race, scratch number 9, Capo da Monte. Scratch number 10, Spicy Ticey. Capo da Monte, Spicy Ticey, 9 and 10 out of the fifth. Race 6, scratch number 3, Roll of the Soul. Scratch number 6, Solo Flight. Scratch number 7, I'm Gonna. Checking on something real quick. Also, so 3, 6, and 7 all scratched from the 6th race. The 11 Ringo Star is a gelding. And the 7th and 8th races, there are no changes. That's a look at scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Track is listed as fast. Got about 51 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack as we complete our racing week. Now we're running Monday through Wednesday throughout the season. Obviously the next big day is going to be Monday. Man, that's where the excitement's building for that race day. Is we got a really nice card. 3 stakes races, the Leon Reed Memorial, the New York Oaks, and of course the big one, the New York Derby, $150,000 added, and it did attract some really good 3-year-old New York breds. You got a horse that's won 4 in a row, including the Mike Lee Stakes. You got a horse that ran second in the Peter Pan. The horse that was the favorite in the Mike Lee Stakes will be there as well for Safi Joseph, who's been doing pretty well across the country as well. So we got top trainers, top jockeys. Irad Ortiz, one of the best in the country, is going to be here. Manny Franco, Kendrick Harmouche, Jamie Rodriguez returns. Remember, Jamie won the jockey title here like 5 times. So he's no stranger to Finger Lakes. So he'll return in that race as well. So great card for Monday. That's our next live race day after today. And got some promotions going on. You get the $3.50 deal. We get the hot dog, chips, and the drink. I might have to partake in that. I think that'll be up at the wire. Hopefully we'll get some nice weather for New York Derby Day. We look back, how about ZN the other day? Man, ZN, she showed her stuff as she was back against females. She was overmatched against the boys the race before. The horse of the year comes back with a victory. Congratulations to the connections of ZN, the breeds. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Monday. You got the 3 stakes. And those are, Talk to Me Jimmy's in there. That horse ran second. He was on the Triple Crown journey earlier in the year. Skolko's Folly was the one. He'll probably be the slight favorite. The guy was a morning live favorite, but I tell you what, this field is pretty tough and pretty classy. And then in the Leon Reed, you got 10 Cent Town and Antonio Venice. Those 2 ran 1-2 in the George Barker, and it was close. I think Ray Lou did some good riding late, a little bit of race riding to get 10 Cent Town to win that race. Okay, let's look at today's card. We are going to start off with a fast racetrack. It did rain a little bit overnight, but not enough to change the track condition. Hopefully it tightens it up a little bit out there. Hopefully, and the sun's out today, and the sun's out. Should get a nice day for some racing. All right, if you notice, a couple of the races today were on the card last week for Wednesday. We did cancel because of the heat, if you remember, after the second race. So we were drawing the same day for this Wednesday, so they used a couple of the races back. So if you notice, this race looks familiar. What happened in it? Well, at least that's what I said when I first looked at it. Oh yeah, it was the day we canceled. But so I got pretty similar picks as I did that day. Post positions change a little bit. You might get a couple extra in the same condition. But there's a couple races, including this one, that was the same field as Wednesday. And I'll go with the same horse I had last week, and that is Muscle Shoals. And there is some question marks about this horse. He looked good breaking his maiden. He looked real good winning the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. So good that they tried him in a tougher New York Stallion Series race at Aqueduct. Still over his head. It's a big difference when you're going from our minor stake, like the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes for the 2-year-olds, to those much tougher 2-year-olds at Aqueduct. And he felt the difference. You could tell as he just didn't fire, got caught chasing. So he needs to be in the race. And there isn't a ton of speed other than God's Angel. So he could be out there with God's Angel and just keep going. But he is off the layoff. I guess that would be the one concern. But I seem to see a trend lately, and it's catching me a few times here. Horses are winning off a year or more layoff lately. Not usually a rarity here at Finger Lakes, but especially going long. Again, I'll use Cast a Coin for second. Smaller, it is a little smaller field, I believe, than last time, because Cast a Coin had a tough 11 post that he drew with, and I still picked him second, so I'm going to pick him second from the rail. He ran third in a race. They were starting to back up a little bit, Lord King and others, because the winner, Sir Cartwright, more of a chase job coming down the middle of the track. What an effort by that one. But Cast the Coin was rolling, did win the photo for third, so he goes a little further, 6 furlongs, and I think that's a good thing for Cast the Coin. Might need 6 furlongs unless he gets a real strong pace. Problem here is he going to get enough pace to put in that late run? That's the issue with having some of the closers here at Finger Lakes, is if you get a race that just doesn't have a lot of speed, especially when you're running those 5.5 furlong races, really tough to win when you're a deep closer. 6 furlongs, at least you got a chance if you get a little bit of a pace to chase into, and I think he does today. So I give Cast the Coin a shot. He's obviously a top 3 threat regardless. Price's Truth is off the layoff. At least it's less than a year. He's by Union Rags out of a dam by Tappa. You know the horse has got good breeding. You look at last year, he just won the 2 Lifetime. His only start in this condition, the speed got away, and it was on an off track. That was his only start on an off track. So maybe you could even forgive the effort at the end of last year, and he comes back in the 3 Lifetime allowance, and that's a good sign. He doesn't drop off the layoff. As long as he runs his race, you got to figure he's going to be right there. And maybe he didn't like the off track at the end of the year last year. So I got 6, 1, 2, and 3. Without pretense, finished right with Cast the Coin that race. Good first race. All right, second race, kind of a big scratch. It does change my picks dramatically here. I mean, it changes a big time. Follow Your Arrow, the 5 horses scratch. And it really does leave Camus as the main speed of the race. Now, is Camus good enough is the question. And she's not as fast as she was last year, at least in her first few starts. It's interesting here because Ralph D'Alessandro could just run 1-2 around the track, because Carroll said no, is the only other one that's showing anything close to any kind of front speed, and she doesn't really have much speed. So I think Camus can control the pace, and Carroll said no, can sit right off of that rival, and it could turn out to be a Ralph D'Alessandro exacta. If you remember the second race on Wednesday last week, right before we canceled, I believe D'Alessandro ran 1-2. Maybe we could do the same thing in the second race today, except for, how about let's not cancel after the second. We'll see, it's not supposed to be as hot as it was last week. Man, we got some really high temperatures last week. Not going out on a limb here with my third choice, Numeric. She ran well for 4,000, didn't beat anything, so she steps back up to 5. She should be okay to beat Practical Rachel and tumbles unless there's a pace. I'd like Practical Rachel a little more if she had something to run at, but she is truly a deep closer. As mentioned, Ralph D'Alessandro could control the pace here with Camus, and Carroll said no, following the leader. I get them running 1-2. 2-3-1 in the second. Same scenario in race number 3. We scratch the 1, he has it all, and like the second race with Follow Your Arrow scratching, now it leaves Coin Jar as the speed. Coin Jar is faster than Paint the Line, and it's just a matter of, is he good enough? He stays at the 11-9 level, didn't run that badly last time, didn't seem like he was a threat, but probably wanted a little further when you're trying to stalk and make a pounce and try to get 3/4, but he does have a couple wins here at 6 furlongs, but the big thing is he can control the pace. There is just no speed in here. I love him at 5.5 with He Has It All scratch, but at 6, maybe he can relax, get out there. He's got a couple good ones that are going to be running at him. You got Doc Advantage in the Institute. Also, Don't Lose Cruise if he can bounce back. Don't Lose Cruise would be the other one that could have some early speed to go with Coin Jar. But they don't always use those tactics. He is pretty versatile that he does have some natural speed if Joel Cruz and M. Anthony Ferraro want to use it. I'm not sure that they do in that spot from the inside. They may just follow the leader here with Coin Jar. But again, the scratch of He Has It All is a significant scratch in here because he figured to be the inside speed. With him out, it does look like Coin Jar, if he's aggressive, could be the speed here. At least in the past, he's had a high rate of early speed. Got a couple horses for Dana Saul today picked on top. Hopefully she does well. I thought she had a few live ones in today, and her barn is winning at a high percentage. So we continue in the third race. The 3 Dock Advantage, putting him where he belongs, and that's in the second hole, because he does finish second a lot. 12 seconds in 32 starts. But he should be really sharp today. He was running against allowance horses last year, and now is second off the layoff, running at the same level, 11-9. And they didn't really back up. Sharp has got out there, ran a big race on the front end, by the way. I mean, he was out there. That was a stablemate, but it was Emerald Forest for Charlton Baker that ended up winning the race. Got him second. The Institute I would like. He's a beaten favorite last time. Stays at the same level. Second start off the layoff. He's an Into Mischief. Obviously, I like all the Into Mischiefs. Problem for me is why I didn't like him here. He just doesn't have enough pace to run at. It doesn't seem like. But if Don't Lose Cruz decides to be aggressive and gets out there with Coin Jar, maybe he'll get that pace that he needs. He's obviously the back class of the race. I mean, he was a giant killer. He's beaten a couple of the good horses here. I believe it was Jack and Bernie was the horse that he defeated. But then, of course, he lost to Runaway Joke, too. Those couple really nice horses that he's been up against. And say he's been against a few of the best sprinters on the grounds. But I just think he's against it with the scratch of He Has It All. I think that really affects him the most because it hurts his chances being a deep closer. Okay, so in the third race, I'm going to go with a 5, 3, and 4. They still have the second race up there for you, but that's the third. 5, 3, 4. Okay, anyway, I'll just keep going. Fourth race, a 5,000 claimer going a distance of a mile. Fillies and mares, non-winners of a race since the date. Well, I liked Ole Miss Maisel last time. Maybe the break coming off the layoff caused her not to quite have enough to sustain that speed as far as from a fitness standpoint. No excuses today. She's the inside speed, and this is the trend today. Like the previous couple races, the other speed scratches. Hazard Pay figured to be the other one that could be the possible speed. So now we're in that same trend. Second race, it was Follow Your Arrow that scratch to help. That should help Camus. Third race, He Has It All scratch. That should help Coin Jar. This race, Hazard Pay scratches. It only helps Ole Miss. I didn't see Hazard Pay as a win factor, but she's certainly a pace factor. That you got to think that Ole Miss's Maisel should find herself on a clear lead. I mean, maybe Evening Edge or Mind of Gold decides to be aggressive. They're not as fast as this horse, and they would just burn each other out. So I would see Ole Miss's Maisel control the pace in race number 4, and really doesn't have to worry about that annoyance of having another cheap speed horse trying to affect how he's running early. I mean, Perez knows how. It's a good jockey. He knows how to deal with that, and he's on the rail. But at least you don't get that pressure where maybe he could slow it down to a 25-50 type race and get those kind of fractions going a mile. They're not going to beat her. Last time they did, I think it was because it was the first start off the layoff. This time, if she's alone on the lead, I don't think they're going to beat her. Evening Edge would probably have the best chance. She stretches out of a few sprints, but she's got a little back class. And the last time she went a mile was, I believe it was on the turf at Lone Star. Long time ago, back in June of last year. So it's been a while since she's gone long. But she's got a lot of starts this year, so I don't think fitness should be an issue. And I think she can get a mile. That shouldn't be a problem. And she may find herself the closest one to old Mrs. Maisel early. If that one has a behavior of stopping late, maybe she could pass that rival. I mean, old Mrs. Maisel does have a bunch of seconds. So Evening Edge, I thought, was the biggest threat. Love Thyself, more of a try player here that you could use underneath. I kind of had it between, you got Love Thyself, Lygon's Legacy, and Mind of Gold. They're all kind of underneath horses that you could use in your try. Evening Edge would probably be the one that has the best chance to beat old Mrs. Maisel. I don't know if she will. Although that barn's going pretty good, too. Talk about the Dana Saul barn, the Rachel Sells barn going well. I think the female trainer's doing, or on the top up there in the trainer standing, at least in the top 10. They're the two that are on fire right now. Scratch the 9, Cape de Monte, and scratch my favorite horse, the 10, Spicy Ticey. They got to get Spicy Ticey here. Well, whatever, she's out. Maybe next time. Yeah, I don't know how this horse could be 4-1. Peruvian Princess, I think the horse was 4-1 the day we canceled too. Maybe they just kept the same morning line. This is the same race as was entered last Wednesday, so if it looks familiar, and I basically got the same horses picked. The Peruvian Princess looks good in here. There's not a lot of speed, and these are the type of days where you got to kind of watch the track because you got lone speed horses, so you can't, if they all win, you can't make it an assumption it's a speed favoring track. Always had that argument with people. Oh, front speed's like 3 for 4. Well, you have lone speed horses, so you got to be able to read the track. I look more at not just the speed, but the horses that are chasing and horses that are trying to close. So the science of it is, obviously, when you're a pace horse and you go slower, nobody gets tired, so you don't get the sprint to the wire, and the horses on the front are tired. If you get that harder racetrack where it's speed favoring, nobody gets tired, and they just kind of run around the track. That's the science of it. Sure, if you play the horses, you know that, but Peruvian Princess goes first time Lasix. She's dropping a class from 11 and catches a really, really weak bunch. She's not going to be 4-1. Even with this bigger field, she'll probably be like 8-5, 7-5, something like that. But she certainly looks like the one to beat in here. But obviously, the fact that they're dropping her off a decent effort, maybe not the most positive sign. But I'm going to go with her on top. Not really going out on a limb here. On the blink, this one and I think it's Bourbon Slip both come out of the same race. Same thing, 11-9 in the Fairweather Lover race. I thought Peruvian Princess comes out of the better race. On the blink, I mean, they went decent time. But the problem is that where I find no excuse for the horse is they went 47 to the half for 5.5 furlongs, and it's kind of a negative for both Bourbon Slip and On the Blink because they were out there in 47. So at least On the Blink held on to be second. Bourbon Slip faded to be fourth. So I guess that's a big negative for Bourbon Slip more than it's a positive for On the Blink because they're both supposed to run well with those kind of fractions. And the thing with On the Blink is she's got some room to improve because she was running at Gulfstream Park against tougher competition, and she hasn't seen this level. Now she drops to 5, should be tough. Again, like the last 3 races, there's no speed in here. The pace probably, and this horse isn't even that fast, but she's getting races where she's the speed, and that's the 4 Crystal. Do I like her to win? No. But do I think she's the speed? And she'll last and hit the board like she normally does? Yeah, that's what she does. She had a nice trip under Naz Alvarado last time. She just got nailed at the end by Pensima, who had been running against better before. But she's always right there. And if she gets the lead at 5.5 against this field and Peruvian Princess doesn't have it, she's a realistic gate-to-wire chance. Problem is, the amount of chances that this horse has had, it's really tough to have faith with her on top. maybe today's the day in her 30th start to get through the condition, especially if front speed is good. Like I said, it's going to be hard to tell, and you can't make that assumption by the 5th race if speed is good, because we got lone speed horses the previous races. What you can decide about the track is if the front speed horses aren't winning as lone speed horses, then you know it's definitely not favoring speed. It's kind of how you got to read the track. 6th race, 5,000 maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs, scratch the 3 roll of the soul, scratch the 6 solo flight, and we got a late scratch of the 7 I'm gonna. I got that from the TV room, so I'm assuming that's a late scratch. Just got to always double check. If it's not, somebody correct me. But I got that from the TV room, not from the racing office. Plex, the 5 horse, dropped to 5,000 last time, got the victory, but got unlucky with the DQ. And you can make a case that that was a tougher race, going the mile. I mean, Renaissance Man came back to win, going a route the next time, and ran good again yesterday. So I think he comes out of the better 5,000 race, which is rare. Sometimes the mile races are a lot easier than the sprints. I don't know if that's the case here, but the fact that he won the race and got DQ'd means you already know he's good in this condition. Now, he didn't win by much, so it's not like he's going to be a standout here, and he got DQ'd during the race. But his other races are against maiden special weight races. He's a logical horse. Like I said, I got Dana Saw winning a couple today, and I hope she does well because I'm on the bandwagon right now. Runaway Roscoe I got for second, and if you watch Finger Lakes races and you remember this horse's start a couple races back, well, he had the rail, and certainly when they had the gap there before the safety rail right on the turn there, he kind of took a left turn and tried to jump over the rail, and really took him out of the race. So that's why he ran so poorly on June 1st. So it's good to remember the actual race so you can make an excuse for the horse. Other than that, he's hit the board both times. So you say, well, what happened to him that day? Well, that's what happened. And, last time, man, Andre really rode this horse hard late to get up for second and did a good job doing it to get up for second. Wasn't going to beat the winner. Takes the blinkers off. See if that's a factor. Or sorry, got the wrong horse there. The Wingo Star takes the blinkers off. Runaway Roscoe will continue to run in the condition. And I give him a big chance in here. He's actually putting the blinkers on. My plus is looking like a minus, as he hasn't been running with blinkers. Maybe the blinkers on can help Runaway Roscoe. He's always right there anyway, so not going out on a limb, putting this horse second. One's from our leading trainer, Chris Engelhardt. Another tricky horse is the 4 Army Proud. If you go back to his Aqueduct races, he doesn't lose this race. Not sure what's going awry with this horse. He was eased in his race before. Last race, it almost looked like he was inside with nobody around him, and he was just a little green. He was almost checking on his own, and after that ended up fading. So I don't know what's going on with this horse, but he's dropping all the way to the bottom of 5,000. So and maybe it's a mental thing, but if there's no issue here with Army Proud, and you can forgive the last couple races for this horse, let me say, he looked a little bit skittish last race, I guess would be the word. It's an Army Mule horse, very well bred, and let's face it, it's a big drop, and the horse should be there. Unless there's something really awry with Army Proud. Unless you're a fan of the other branches, like the Marines, or my uncle was a Marine. Felt like they were tougher. Anyway, I always respect all our servicemen. The 10 Jamaica Red, they get a rider change here to Stephen Frett, and yeah, this one's had some interesting journeys. So a clean trip today might put Jamaica Red in the winner's circle, and it was no different last race, got caught wide. Actually, that was a better trip than he had the race before. The race before, against the 11 and 9s, he actually ran very well. Broke in the air, ended up going wide, had no shot with the trip that he had. Today, hey, Jamaica Red might find himself in the winner's circle. I'm going to throw him in there one way or the other anyway, because I think he's good at this level. Yeah, 5-9-4-10 in the 6. All right, let's continue with the 7th race. It goes a distance of a mile. It is an allowance race. The non-winner is a state-bred condition. Let's face it, if Equinox ready off the layoff, she wins. And normally, I would pick against this horse. But lately, remember, this race is the same race that was Wednesday when we canceled. The only difference is Turn Up the Music wasn't in there Wednesday. She was added to the field this time. See if she plays a factor. She's the stablemate of Equinox. Both of them are Windy Leaf Farms. But Equinox, yeah, her times last year, if she runs her best race from last year, they're not going to beat her. But like I said, there's ifs. The other thing is a pace scenario. Lipon Law looks to be the speed. You do have a little bit of speed from the inside with Last Glory, so we'll see if that one is aggressive from the rail. Otherwise, Lipon Law would be the one to get the front end. Equinox can stay close. She's got natural speed that ideally she'd want Last Glory to try to go to the front and Lipon Law to press, so she could sit third, would be the perfect position for Equinox. She's got natural speed, but she could pass horses, and that's really her running style. Again, it comes down to, is this horse sharp enough off the layoff? She certainly has good works. Used her on our top. Again, I had her on top on Wednesday. Same order as Wednesday, really. Katie King, she's a player. I like both of these Ferraro horses. Normally you want to like the owner's horse more than the trainer's horse, because they generally try to help their owners out, but I thought Katie King was probably a little bit better than Lipon Law, unless that horse gets loose. And she might if Last Glory doesn't try to go with her. Katie King did win her last start. That was at Aqueduct. It's been some time since that race now, but obviously she's classy enough with a repeat of that performance. She's right there with these horses. The one Last Glory, interesting to see what her tactics are going to be. She's stretching back out to a route. When she went a mile before, she'd like to be close, but she didn't necessarily go to the front. But she's got the rail here, so I'm wondering from the rail, if she around that first turn, if E-Man decides to hold the rail on Lipon Law and make it a little more tougher for that one to clear. And that could be the key to the race here. Yeah, Lipon Law, if she clears and gets the lead, especially with Koa, who has a pretty good clock when it comes to route speed, I would think that she's dangerous, because that's what she's done in the past, is when she gets the lead in these routes and slows it down, and if she could get clear, they just don't pass her late. But I've seen races where she didn't even look like the best speed, but Koa found a way to get her to the front end, and even when she was pressed a little bit, as long as she could get to the front and slow it down enough, she kept going. And if she's got the lead in the stretch, you don't go by her. That's just how Lipon Law is, and maybe that'll be the case here. A lot of scenarios could happen in the 7th race, and I think the pace scenario is going to be the biggest factor to what happens with the result of that race. Same thing with the 8th race as the 7th. It was a race that was carded last week for Wednesday, and we brought it back. Obviously, the same day we drew, they knew we canceled after the 2nd. And there's a couple new shooters in here. No, they're mostly the same horses. So I basically got the same horses picked. Blue-Eyed Scout, maybe she did hang a little bit last time. She got beat at the wire by Glory Bound Clara. Was hoping those days were beside her. I did like the move to take the blinkers off, but maybe it doesn't matter. I mean, she won with the blinkers off, but a lot of that had to do with where she was. I do think this horse runs better with the blinkers off, and maybe she could make amends here. But it'll be interesting to see the pace scenario in this race. You got Cue the Music and Only in My Dreams, who's the fastest horse early, from the outside. Can Only in My Dreams clear? That is the question. But Cue the Music usually likes to be aggressive. That's the key to the race. Blue-Eyed Scout likes to be close. and that's one of the reasons. It seems like she's a better horse when she makes the front end. That way you don't have to worry about her trying to pass a horse late. But I think she's just better than these, and I'm going to give her another chance today to get the victory. I think is that 3 times I got Dana Saul picked today? Sure hope the stable does well, and Stephen Frett does well. Yeah, only in my dreams. If she could clear and get the front in here, I think she can win. And the drop in class alone makes her a player. But the key to the race is it looks like she needs the lead to win. It doesn't look like she can sit behind and still win. Maybe at 5,000 she can. Sometimes they're a better horse on the front end. They usually don't pass. But when you're running against a little bit cheaper, sometimes it doesn't matter. They just go by them. As a jockey, you just keep them. And you watch, when you watch thousands of races like I have, you know this. You just keep them away from the other horse, because certain horses' behavior, the ones that tend to hang a little bit at the wire, are ones that try to go play with the other horse. They'll be right next to that other horse, and they won't go by. A lot of times, and you look at the sharper jockeys here, know this, that you're timing your ride, but you're also keeping the horse away from the other horses to go by. So that's the key when it comes to that. But when you're a speed horse, a lot of times you're a speed horse because you don't want dirt kicked in your face, and you get a little discouraged if you can't get by the horses. So I think this horse, as far as Only My Dreams is concerned, her best shot is to get the front end. And it's a little tougher from out there. Jessica's Race could turn the tables here on Blue Eyed Scout, because she's making her second start off the layoff. If she runs better than what she did last time, she's going to be tough. The only thing I didn't like about Jessica's Race is she could have waited and came in again for the waiver claim. She's not in for the waiver this time because she would be eligible for the second waiver. I don't know if that's a positive sign. The other Paul Barrow trainee, both of them have a big chance in here. Cozy Magic. Yeah, the horse is off a layoff. Other than that, she's got a big class edge. But the other thing with Cozy Magic is, same thing with Jessica's Race. Drop in class, you jam in at the end of the year, and then you come back for the waiver claim. Well, the problem is with this horse, she's not in for the waiver claim. I don't know if that's a positive sign when you're talking about a horse off a long layoff that they didn't protect her. That's why I used her fourth. Plus, I don't know if there's going to be enough speed for her to close on. But I got these 6, 7, 1, and 2. Today's finale. Enjoy today's card. We got 8 of them today. Some nice weather for today's festivities. We are going to be dark the rest of the week. Still open for simulcast wagering. And then on Monday, one of the biggest days of the season here at Finger Lakes, New York Derby Day. We got 3 stakes races, including a really juiced up, jam-packed New York Derby with at least 3 classy rivals that could beat Open Company. That's how good this field is, and I'm really looking forward to it. You got Irad Ortiz, Manny Franco, Kendrick Carmouche, Jamie Rodriguez, all coming here to Finger Lakes. Ricardo Santana, all good riders. I'm going to enjoy the day. Hope you do too. So we'll see you Monday with a 12:55 first post.
Horses coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Cast a Coin and Chris Russell. Number 2, Price is Truth and Cabercoa. Number 3, Without Pretense, Andre Worry. Number 4, God's Angel, Nazario Alvarado. Number 5 is Resuli and Oscar Gomez. And there's the 6, Muscle Shoals and Luis Perez. And already on the turn, the 5, Resuli, as I mentioned, with Oscar Gomez. Track is fast here at Finger Lakes. First race in a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate for race 1 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go, 6 furlongs. Allowance race non-winners of 3 to kick off proceedings here at Finger Lakes on a Wednesday. Mostly sunny skies, temperatures in the 80s. Nice summer day here at Finger Lakes. Don't forget New York Derby next Monday here at Finger Lakes. Really good race on paper. The Withers winner, Talk to Me Jimmy's in the race. The Mike Lee winner, Skulko's Folly's in the race. Bravaro is supplemented, ran in the wood. So a really good New York Derby on tap this year here at Finger Lakes. 3 to 5 favorite Muscle Shoals to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Stumble at the start for Price's Truth and a very bad stumble for Cast a Coin, who's last. It's God's Angel who sprints out for the lead. Muscle Shoals flashing early speed outside second. Without Pretense traps in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Ray Suli's outside, now losing fourth to Price's Truth. And 5 lengths to Cast a Coin, who's at the back of the pack. God's Angel, with less than a half mile to go, has the lead by 3 parts of a length. Muscle Shoals outside second. First quarter mile in a legitimate 22 3/5. Third place, Price is Truth, now 2.5 lengths off the lead, going to the outside. 2.5 further lengths to Without Pretense in fourth. Ray Suli's in second last and a length in front of Cast a Coin, who's saving ground around that turn at the back as they arrive at the top of the stretch. God's Angel, the first to face us. Price is Truth comes to attack on the outside second. Muscle Shoals is one paced. Without Pretense on the grandstand side, closing in, and Cast a Coin's now up into fourth. 16th to go, and look out for Without Pretense, who charges to the front. Price is Truth second best to Without Pretense with a nice stretch kick to win. Second, Price is Truth. Close for third. God's Angel to the inside of Cast a Coin. 3241, number 3 without pretense first. 6 furlongs, 111.42. $6.76, the winning mutual on Without Pretense. Exacta $43.02. Try $83.62. Dime Super $33.69. Official winner number 3 Without Pretense. Kentucky bred, 5-year-old Duck Run horse by Bernardini out of Ponder Lee. Michael Foster, the owner. Charlie Baker, the trainer. Andre Warrior, the winning jockey. Edwin Anthony bred Without Pretense. Second race at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 5. Follow your arrow. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race number 2 in about 19 minutes at 1:25 p.m. As I mentioned during the load of the first, New York Derby Day is Monday, July 13th. $150,000 New York Derby. Also on the card, New York Oaks, Leon Reed Stakes. Got the Bet and Get promotion. Wager $10, win placers show in any Finger Lakes race. Get your $10 back in gaming free play. Got live racing program on the house for you on Derby Day if you're on track. And you got that meal deal, $3.50. Sweegle hot dog, bag of chips, 20-ounce soda. Additional Sweegle hot dogs, $2, and drafts are just $3. New York Derby Day, Finger Lakes, this Monday, July 13th.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2. What an interesting run in the first races. The gate opened. 2 of them broke poorly. Cast a Coin and Price's Truth both hopped at the start. Pretty significantly was Cast a Coin, who lost a lot of lengths at the start. Got to kind of replay that, see what happened at the beginning of that race. But, man, how good were those 2 horses? Price's Truth ran second. Cast a Coin ran fourth. Without Pretense, it's good to be good, but it's also to be lucky and good, because he got the best of the trips and ended up getting the victory, turning the tables on Cast a Coin, who got the misfortune of losing about 10 lengths at the start. But that's the racing game. Muscle Shoals, the favorite, really had no excuse, just did not fire at all. Maybe it was the blinkers, maybe it was just because it was the first start. The way it goes. We're 1 in the books now. We go to race number 2 of 5,000 claimers. Not one of a race since the date. It goes 5.5. Was a big scratch in here. It's happened a few times today, where you get one of the speed horses scratching, and it changed the pace scenario of the second race. The horse that could take full advantage of that is the 2, Camus. She figures to be the speed of the race now with a scratch of the 5. And you also have Carol Said No from the same barn, coming off a good performance. Well, Camus didn't get the lead last time. It's still beat up on $4,000 claimers going this distance, so she steps back up to 5. But when she's run at that level, she hasn't gotten a clear lead. Well, it's been a while since she got a clear lead, but it looks like she could have a tactical edge on this field in race number 2. Carol Said No, her stablemate, she actually ran better than it looks on paper last time. She was fractious, as I said, before the race. She didn't get off all that sharp. She was on heels throughout that race, and just had nothing when it was finally time to run. Well, second start off the layoff, she should be sharper and a cleaner trip. You got to figure she's going to be sitting just off her stablemate. They may just run 1-2 around the track. I mean, D'Alessandro has a chance to control the pace in this race. Numeric does have some natural speed, at least to be close. She doesn't have the speed of Camus, but she could be close from her inside draw and maybe hang around for a share. She won pretty easily when she dropped to 4,000 and now steps back up. But she's always been an underneath type. With her 3 wins, she's got 7 seconds and 7/3. And that's where I'm using her here, to kind of hang around to be third, as there just really isn't anything to close on, as it does look like Camus can control the early pace. Exacta Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in the second. Again, a big scratch of the 5. Follow your arrow.
Horses coming on the track for the second race at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 5. Number 1 is Numeric and Michael Davila Jr. Number 2 is Camus and Cabercoa. Number 3 is Carol Said No and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4 is Tumbles and Laird Bailey. And number 6, Practical Rachel, Jose Ventura, The Rider. Post time and at view. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 fillies and mares going 5.5. Condition claiming race. Inside 3 going for the favorites role. Right now 9-5 and number 2 Camus 2-1 in both the 1 Numeric and number 3 Carol Said No. Tumbles will be the first to load up. She goes in. Practical Rachel to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A tangled start for Tumbles. It's Camus who dashes out for the lead and opens up by a couple lengths. Carol Said No outside in second. Numeric races in third. 5 lengths off the lead. A space of 3.5 to Tumbles in fourth, who's 2.5 in front of Practical Rachel, who's at the tail of the field. Less than a half mile to go. Entry into the turn. Camus leads by 2. Carol Said No. The gray outside second. Numeric tracks in third. 2.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 lengths to Practical Rachel, who's out of last. Up into fourth, soon up into a joint third, but 5 lengths off the lead, and Tumbles now at the tail of the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. Camus's lead has been whittled down to a neck as Carol Said No makes her move on the outside second. Practical Rachel saves all the ground into the stretch in third, but still about 5.5 off the lead. They got 1 furlong to go. A tussle between Camus and Carol Said No. Carol Said No gets the upper hand. Practical Rachel up the inside late in third, 3 off the lead, 16th to go. And it's Carol Said No. Carol Said No will prevail over Camus and Practical Rachel. Then it was Numeric. Three, 2, 6, 1. Number 3 Carol Said No first. 5.5 and 105.23. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, Carol Said No. Kentucky bred, 4-year-old Great Filly by Volatile. Out of 5-star Factor, Ilkay Cantor Macy and Sport of Kings Racing Partners, the owners. Ralph D'Alessandro, the trainer. Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. George Bates, trustee. Brett Carroll said no. $5.30 the winning mutual, double $18.74, exacta $12, try $9.16, super $3.10. Third race, Finger Lakes, scratch the one, he has it all. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering, post time race 3 in about 21 minutes, 1:55 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 3, and yeah, the Ralph D'Alessandro trainees did run 1-2. Just a matter of what Carol said no. Go by Camus late and was able to do so, and got the victory in race number 2. E-Man gets the win for D'Alessandro. And incidentally, last Wednesday, right before we canceled racing because of the heat, Ralph D'Alessandro won the second race and ran 1-2 in the second race. Maybe that's his race. Third race, we scratched the one. He has it all. Another race where the scratch does matter. It will affect the pace scenario because he figured to be the inside speed of the race. The horse that benefits the most is the 5 Coin Jar, who is now the speed. Question is he still good enough? He didn't run as well last time, but he did respond to the drop in a sense where he was closer than he was the prior start against allowance optional claimer competitions. You look back to last year, if he runs anything like he did last year, he can wire this field. A lot of ifs, though, for that one. Just really good field. I'm going to give him a slight edge. The 3 Doc Advantage, yeah, he's coming off a third place finish, but he does finish underneath a lot. He's 6 for 32, but 12 seconds. Well, a lot of those seconds were against some tough competition against allowance horses. Horse that comes out of the best races is the 4, the Institute. When he ran against those optional claiming allowance horses last year, he ran against some of the best horses on the ground, including Runaway Joke, Scoot Daddy, and Jack and Bernie. No such rivals in here. It's just a big question of the pace, and he's truly at the mercy of it. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and Pick 4 starts in the 3rd. Again, scratch the 1. He has it all.
Horses coming on the track for race 3 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 1. Number 2, Don't Lose Cruz, and Joel Cruz. Number 3, Doc Advantage, Jeremiah's Flores. Number 4, The Institute, and Luis Perez. Number 5, Coin Jar, Jose Baez. Well, we'll go to the 6, Paint the Line, and Emmanuel De Diego. And there's the 5 Coin Jar, Jose Baez. Post time in a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate, race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go 6 furlongs, 9 to 5 on both. Number 3, Dock Advantage, and number 4, The Institute. 2 to 1, number 5, Coin Jar. Dock Advantage going up. Coin Jar. Paint the line to the outside. This field is set for a start. And they're off. It's Paint the Line who jets out for the lead. Coin Jar, though, gets that early lead. Third place belongs to Don't Lose Cruise. Dock Advantage has maneuvered to the outside and has passed The Institute, who's in the 5th and trailing position, and about 4.5, 5 lengths off the lead. 2 horses pressing the pace. Coin Jar to the inside of Paint the Line. A space of 2 to Don't Lose Cruise to the inside of Dock Advantage. Then 3 lengths further to The Institute, who trails the field. First quarter mile, 23 seconds. They're on the turn. Coin Jar, the lead's a half length with 3 furlongs to go. Paint the Line reads outside in second. Dock Advantage nudges the pun to go after the leaders, 3 wide in third. And then it's Don't Lose Cruise. The Institute will take the overland route, circling up into about the 4 or 5 path as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Coin Jar, the first to face as Paint the Line is lugging in. Dock Advantage is up in the second, and Dock Advantage challenging for the lead as they got 1 furlong to go. Coin Jar digs in. Dock Advantage to the outside second. Deep stretch. Coin Jar, Dock Advantage, Coin Jar. Coin Jar is up to the task and repels Dock Advantage. Paint the Line was third. The Institute fourth. Five, 3, 6, 4. Number 5, Coin Jar first, 6 furlongs, 111.44. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, Coin Jar. 7th career win for this New York bred, 5-year-old bay gelding by Central Banker out of Mystery Mix. Pater Pop Racing owns, Dana Saul trains, Jose Baez, the winning jockey. Windy Leaf Farm, New York bred, Coin Jar. $5.18 the winning mutual. Daily double, $23.94. Exacta, $9.62. Trifecta, $18.31. Dime Super, $5.35. 4th race, Finger Lakes, scratch the 6, hazard pay. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Late pick 5 starts in the 4th, post time in 21 minutes at 2:26 p.m. Make your plans to be here on Monday, July 27th for our first free handicapping challenge of the season. Winner takes home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers receive prize money. The contest challenge is on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. That's our new rewards program, replacing Lucky North. Don't you dare miss it. Monday, July 27th, a handicapping challenge here at Finger Lakes.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 4, and yeah, Coin Jar benefits from the scratch of He Has It All, able to get the lead. Jose Baez did a good job slowing down to 23. Of course, they kept paint the line in the race, but it was a good job by Baez to keep that one together, control the pace, and get the victory for trainer Dana Saul. All right, we go to the 4th race, an hours of a race today. And speaking of speed, you get the same type of thing as we've had the last couple of races where there were 2 speeds in the race, one of them scratches. So Ole Mrs. Maisel figures to be the inside speed of the race and the main speed of the race. It's just a question of her sustaining the speed. She seems to stop a little late in the pass, including her last race, but she may have come up a little short because it was her first start off the layoff. She should be sharper today. Really, she had no excuse last race. She went 50 and change, 115 to the 3/4. She had no excuse not to win that race. Although, not to take anything away from Turn Up the Music, but she had everything her own way. The real excuse is probably the fact that she was off the layoff. If she has that kind of lead again today, you think she'd hold on better, and she should get that kind of a lead again today because see a 50 half. The 3 is Evening Edge. Evening Edge is probably the main threat. She's stretching out, and she may show some speed to stay close with Ole Mrs. Maisel. Obviously, she's faced a little bit better in her career before dropping to 5,000, and she's had 2 starts there. So, and she shouldn't mind the extra distance here. I think the only knock is 2 of her 3 wins have been on off track, so she's definitely a horse that prefers the off going, and they've tried her on the turf before as well. Her last time going a mile was on the turf at Lone Star. Didn't go very well, but now she goes long here, and it is at a cheaper level. Thought she would provide the competition. Love Thyself is a horse that usually runs underneath. She had an issue of getting into trouble in route races last year where there were DQs, whether it was her or somebody else. So she does get like that, a little erratic in the stretch as she gets a little bit tired in these route races. But she's just as good going long as short. She already won going short against the 4,000s. I would put her as more of a top 3 threat in race number 4, and probably use her underneath Ole Mrs. Maisel and Evening Edge. Exacta Try, Super Daily Double. The late pick 5 starts with the 4th. Again, we scratch the 6, Hazard Pay.
Coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 6, number 1, Oh Mrs. Maisel, leads the post parade with Luis Perez. Number 2 is Love Thyself, Jose Baez. Number 3, Evening Edge, Oscar Gomez. Number 4, Mind of Gold, Kevin Navarro. Number 5, In Traffic, Emmanuel De Diego. And number 7, Liggins Legacy, Jeremiah Flores. Partners up. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Fourth race at Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 fillies and mares to go a mile. 4 to 5, number 1, Oh Mrs. Maysel. 7 to 2 on number 2, Love Thyself. In Traffic going up. Liggins Legacy to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a pretty good start. It's Evening Edge pounding out for the lead. Love Thyself is towards the inside. Mind of Gold races third. The Institute saves all the ground, or excuse me, Old Mrs. Maysel saves all the ground towards the inside. Had to check there momentarily. Liggins Legacy is in second last and 3 lengths to In Traffic, who trails the field as they navigate the first turn and transition to the backstretch. Evening Edge calling the shots on the front end, has a lead by 3. Love Thyself's in second. Oh Mrs. Maysel, Pink Blinkers towards the inside third. Mind of Gold 3 wide fourth. 3 more lengths of Liggins Legacy, is about 5 lengths in front of In Traffic at the back. First quarter mile carved down in 24 2/5. Up the backstretch they travel. Evening Edge has the lead by 5. Love Thyself to the outside of Oh Mrs. Maysel, second and third. 3 lengths to Mind of Gold, who's a clear-cut fourth, and 3 lengths in front of Liggins Legacy, who's about 3 lengths in front of In Traffic, who's at the back of the pack. The half in 48 seconds, 3 furlongs from the winning line. Evening Edge, the leads 2 lengths. Love Thyself's a clear-cut second. Oh Mrs. Maysel comes under a busy ride in third. Liggins Legacy from far back in fourth, right to the outside of Oh Mrs. Maysel. Mind of Gold widest into the stretch, and In Traffic at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Evening Edge and Love Thyself, these two have separated themselves from the rest, and they're clear by 10 lengths over Liggins Legacy and In Traffic. 1 furlong to go. A struggle between Evening Edge and Love Thyself. Evening Edge not giving up. Love Thyself, incessant pressure on the outside. Evening Edge, Love Thyself, Love Thyself. Got there, defeating Evening Edge right at the wire. In Traffic third. Liggins Legacy fourth. Number 2, Love Thyself First. 2357. To the winner's circle, the 2, Love Thyself, New York bred, 5-year-old bay mare by Solomini and a Miss Narcissist. Dina Saul, owner trainer, Jose Baez, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for Dina Saul and Jose Baez. Time for the mile, 140.86. $9.98, the winning mutual. Daily double, $33.20. Exacta, $25.64. Trifecta, $40.68. Super, $25.11. Pick 3, $24.15. Fifth race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 9, Campo del Monte, and number 10, Spicy Ticey. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, lead pick 4 wagering. Post time, race number 5 in about 24 minutes at 2:59 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 5. What a finish to the 4th. Those two hooked up at the top of the stretch. The Evening Edge was digging in, but Love Thyself just did not give up, just kept pushing towards her and just nabbed her at the wire. Another win for Dana Saul and Jose Baez. Figured they'd have a good day. They've already won 2 in a row. That barn's on fire. All right, this maiden claiming race, there isn't a lot of speed in this race either. So you kind of look at some of the competitors in this race. I thought Peruvian Princess on the drop. It's got to be tough in here. Not getting much for early play, though, at odds of 6-1. But off of the last race, that might be good enough to beat these. She raced twice as a 2-year-old, didn't hit the board, and was just off the board last time. Now, the time wasn't that quick. It wasn't that good of an 11-9, probably just as strong as a 5. But she goes first time Lasix, draws the rail, and looks like one of the main contenders in this race. On the Blink, you could make a case where she makes the same drop. She ran against 11-9. She was against the open 12-5s at Gulfstream before, and that was her first time against older horses, but that was on the artificial surface. So most of her races were against restricted 2- and 3-year-old competition. She still wasn't competitive. Her best race was her last race. It was just maybe a case of being against easier, and now easier still when you run against these competitors at 5.5. On the Blank, she ran right with Bourbon's Slip. You look at that race last time with Fairweather Lover. She ran second, and Bourbon Slip ran fourth. Now, both of them were forwardly placed with the pace. The pace went in 47 and change for 5.5 furlongs. So I really can't find an excuse for either one of them as far as winning that race. But the horse that probably has the best chance to improve off of that race would probably be the 7 on the Blink, because that was her first race over the track. She's currently at odds of 9-2. The 4 Crystal, I have to throw her in. She doesn't win races, but she hits the board a lot. This will be her 30th start. She's still a maiden, but she should be competitive against these. And the other thing is, like I said, there's another race with a lack of pace. She's going to find herself on the front line if she breaks well. She might even be the speed of this race. And that's kind of where she was going 5 furlongs in her first start off the layoff. She almost won and finally got through the maiden condition when she ran fresh, but she still got caught at the wire. She has a tendency to do that. One of these days, Crystal will break through. Not sure if it's today or not, but she might have a tactical edge on these horses. Mentioned the 6 Bourbon Slip. If you like on the Blink, Bourbon Slip was just behind her. You can make a case for both of them. It's kind of got a negative for both of them in a sense, because they come out of that slow pace race. They said she could improve, though, on the drop in class. There is a first-time starter, Cha-Cha Millie. She was entered last week when they had this race as well. Works a little on the slow side, but it's one of that old adage, doesn't have to be much to be competitive in here. Well, there's some of the horses I like. I'm sure he's got a horse that's 5-1 on top here, but we do scratch the 9 and 10. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with this race.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. 5th race at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 9 and 10. Number 1 is Peruvian Princess and Jeremias Flores. Number 2 is Only La Das, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Cha Cha Millie and Andre Worry. Number 4, Crystal, Nazario Alvarado up. Number 5 is Lady Meringue and Jackie Davis. Number 6, Bourbon Slip, Oscar Gomez. Number 7, On the Blink, Cabracoa. Number 8 is Frosty Karina and Chris Russell. Number 11, Jovia's Diva, Michael Davila Jr. up. And number 12, Lady of Murcia, Kevin Navarro, the jockey. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have made their way to the gate for race 5 from Finger Lakes. Crystal going up. Bourbon Slip on the blink. Frosty Karina. Then Jovia's Diva. And Lady of Mercia. Frosty Karina goes in. Jodiva's Diva in. Lady of Mercia to the outside. They're all on the gate. Looks like they're trying to position one of these fillies and mares towards the outside part of the gate. Stutter over to take a look. Riders off, Frosty Karina. be ready for a start. And they're off. On the blink, Bourbon Slip, Lady Meringue sending out for the lead. Crystal in about the 3-path. Here's Peruvian Princess from about 7th up into 3rd, as only Ladus fouls that one in 5th. Lady Meringue's in 6th to the inside of Jovia's Diva, and they're about 5 off the lead, a gap of about 6 lengths. The Lady of Mercy to the outside of Frosty Karina, then a space of about 5 to Cha-Cha Millie, who's at the tail of the field. On the turn, Peruvian Princess has the lead over Bourbon Slip. Here's On the Blink with a 3-wide bid for the front end. Crystal fouls that one deep on the course in 4th, a length and a half off the lead. And then in 5th, that's only Ladust. Lady of Mercia from far back in the lime green cap is in 6th, about 7 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch. On the Blinks, the first to face us, coming off the turn by 2. Crystal's on the outside. Peruvian Princess plugging away at the fence. Lady of Mercy is on the stand side. Then it's Bourbon Slip and only Ladust. 16th to go. It's On the Blink. Who's clear? On the Blink has the lead by 3. On the Blink prevails. Close for second. I think that's Peruvian Princess, but that's a photo with Crystal. And then it was Lady of Mercia. Seven, 1, 4, 12. Peruvian Princess was second. To the winner's circle, number 7 On the Blink. 7th career start, a lucky one. Florida bred, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Bullet Gone Astray. To Do It Together. Donald Crepeau and the Four Horsemen Racing Stable, the owners. Leon McCannis is the trainer. Caber Coa, the winning jockey. The Four Horsemen Racing Stable, bred On the Blink. 5.5 and 106.98. $7.34, the winning mutual. Double $40.02. Exacta $20.30. Trifecta $24.02. Dime Super $35.59. Pick 3 $27.10. Pick 5 5 of 5 $418.50. 6 race Finger Lakes. Scratch the 3 Roll the Soul. The 6 Solo Flight and the 7 I'm Gonna. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta Daily Double Pick 3 Wagering. Post time race 6 in about 20 minutes at 3:33 p.m.
All right, sixth race upcoming. Good trip under Caber Koa for On the Blink. Caber had her in perfect position, close up to the slow pace. The favorite Peruvian Princess got off a step slow. Crystal didn't really go for the lead, so now you got a situation where there's really not much pace to run at, and so she was close enough, moved at the right time, and just proved best. She improved her second start over the track, and the drop in class to 5,000 certainly didn't hurt. Caber Koa for Leon McCannis to start off the late pick four. Six race scratch the 3, Roll of the Soul, the 6 solo flight, and we did have a later scratch of the 7. Could really narrow this thing down. I mean, Plex is the logical horse. Dana saw already with 2 wins today with Jose Baez. Well, he won last time, but he did get his number taken down. And you could have made a case that Renaissance Man was not going by this horse. So he did get unlucky in that race. Obviously, he did foul the horse, but he did get unlucky because it really didn't affect the outcome. Now he cuts back in distance to 6 furlongs, but stays at the bottom 5,000 level. Logical horse is Plex to try to do it again. The 9 horse is Runaway Roscoe. Much better last time when he didn't try to jump the safety rail over by the gap right after the start. That's what he did going 6 furlongs. Maybe at 5.5, he didn't do that. He ran a couple seconds, but he was also on the rail. That's why he was down inside, and he tried to jump the rail down there. They are going to do a blinker change here. They're going to put the blinkers on. He was rolling late. Andre was riding his horse, but was no threat to the winner, but did get by the second place horse, was chasing that rival, and you would think that any improvement could put Runaway Roscoe into the winner's circle. Army Proud of the 4 horse is the one that's the real tricky read here. He's obviously got the numbers on paper in the past to beat these, but the last 2 starts for Army Proud have not been that good. That's why it's a tricky read. He was eased in his prior start going 7 furlongs in New York. His first start here, not sure what was going on with this horse. He was green. He didn't want to be inside and looked like he was checking on his own, being a little skittish in that race. But he gets some serious class relief dropping down to 5,000 today, and that might be what the horse needs to wake up a little bit, and that could be the case in race number 6. Looking for a 4th horse. Yeah, I mean, you could make a case for a few of the other ones. I thought a horse like Jamaica Red could make it into the Super. You get a jockey change of Stephen Frett. This horse has had some wild mystery tours of races, and he wasn't that badly beaten last time. So with a little racing luck, Jamaica Red should be in the mix against these. Wingo Star drops, but it'll be his first start as a 4-year-old, and he hasn't run since November of 2024. Well, that wraps up most of the big contenders in race number 6. Exactitri Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts. We scratch the 3, 6, and 7. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes, scratch to 3, 6, and 7. Number 1 is Not My Type and Oscar Gomez. Number 2, Connor's Turn, Luis Pena. Number 4, Army Proud, Michael Davila Jr. Number 5 is Plex and Jose Baez. Number 8, King Royale and Jackie Davis. Number 9, well, we'll go to number 10, Jamaica Red, Stephen Frett. Number 11, Wingo Star, Jeremiah Flores. And there's the 9, Runaway Roscoe and Andre Worry. Post time in a few. Two minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 mating claimers to go 6 furlongs. 8 to 5 on number 5, Plex. Crossed the finish line first last time out, but got DQ'd. 7 to 5 on Plex. 2 to 1 on number 4, Army Proud. Making a big drop down in class. And 4 to 1, number 9, Runaway Roscoe. Runaway Roscoe. Hard closing second in his last race at today's class level. Loading up, Plex in the green silks, house green silks. King Royale. Runaway Roscoe. Jamaica Red. And Wingo Star. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's King Royale who wins the break and fires out for the lead. Not my type, though. Surging to the front end. Army Proud, gold blinkers up into about second. Wingo Star, Jamaica Red outside third and fourth. Connors turned towards the inside fifth. King Royale shuffled sixth, 3 parts of a length to Plex in seventh, who's to the inside of Runaway Roscoe, who's in the eighth and trailing position at about 10 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn, Not My Type clears off by 2. Army Proud in pursuit second. Wingo Star outside in third, 5 off the lead. 2 lengths, Jamaica Red shaking up Niggleupon in fourth. Connors turn, Plex and Runaway Roscoe make up that next cluster near the back, and King Royale has dropped out of it as they turn into the home stretch. Not My Type trying to pull off an upset at 24 to 1. Comes off the turn leading by 2 lengths. Army Proud second. Wingo Star down the center of the course in third. A few more lengths back to Runaway Roscoe and Plex. They run to the 16th pole. Not My Type is fatigued. It's Army Proud who gets every chance of the outside. Army Proud pushing on by. Army Proud in front. Not My Type second. Wingo Star third. Plex fourth. 4, 1, 11, 5. Army Proud first. 6 furlongs, 112.77. Six race officials, $7.44. The winning mutual. Pick 4, 96.20. Dime super, $108.29. Double 26.40. Exacta, $108.28. 50-cent try, $176.26. Official winner, race 6, number 4, Army Proud. New York bred, 4-year-old bay colt by Army Mule out of Jace C's Shooting Star. Craig Benoit, the owner, Tim Murphy, the trainer, Michael Davila Jr., the winning jockey. Miracle Man Racing Partners, bred Army Proud. 7th race at Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, late daily double wagering, as well as traditional win, place, and show. Post time for race number 7 in about 20 minutes at 4:04 p.m.
Okay, looking back at the 6th race, Army Proud with that back class and dropping down to the bottom was enough to just get by Not My Type. Good tactics by Oscar Gomez on Not My Type, trying to steal it in the paceless race, but Army Proud able to chase that rival down and win race number 6. All right, 7th race, a good one. It's an allowance race. Fillies and Mares on winners of a state bred race, going a distance of a mile. Really start with the 2 Equinox, and the big question is going to be the layoff. The horse hasn't run since November, but the numbers that this horse was putting up would easily defeat these rivals. You look at the horses that beat her. Z End, She's Grand, Yankee Doodle. Last year, those horses were putting up buyers that would crush this field. And then when she did win, she dominated a mile 70 and 142 and change in her last race in November. That's really quick here for a mile and 70. They generally run the mile in a minute 42. So if she's on her game, they're not going to beat her. But that's the big question mark. She hasn't run since November, and now she's got to go a mile against a pretty decent field. She's currently at odds of 3-1. I did take a shot on her as my top choice. Now, Ferraro Jr.'s got 2 of them in here. He's got the speed of Lipon Law, who's definitely dangerous if she's able to clear for the lead. And then you got the class of Katie King, who's a true off-track lover, but also classy enough to beat these horses. She broke her maiden for 10,000, but she did it by a lot and came back to win for 16. She's a little dressed up because of the off-track race. She's better on the off than the fast, but she's also classy enough on the fast track that she should be considered in here. A little overbet at odds of 4-5, but she's definitely a contender. The 1 is Last Glory. She's got some tactical speed from the rail, so it'll be interesting if she decides to use it against Lipon Law. Otherwise, Lipon Law would be very dangerous if she's able to clear and get the lead. But if Last Glory gets out there with her, it might be a different story. And that might be the best shot Last Glory has. It looks like she likes to be out there. Maybe she can hold the rail and let a couple of speed horses clear. She did have her last victory stalking in the mud. Another one that her off-track numbers are pretty good, but she draws the rail and she's not out of it. But Equinox would probably fall into that trip if Last Glory and Lipon Law end up doing battle. She could be in the perfect position. But it's all about how fit she is off the layoff. If she gets that kind of trip, maybe she could beat these horses in race number 7. She's currently at odds of 5-2, so it's not like she's a big favorite right now, but they're the only 2 horses getting bet are Katie King, one of the 2 Ferraro Juniors, and Equinox. Surprised Lipon Law is not getting any play as the speed of the race. But that's a few of the horses getting some action in a pretty good feature allowance race here. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered races 7 and 8. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Last Glory and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2 is Equinox, Kevin Navarro up. Number 3 is Mia Nipotina, Joel Cruz. Number 4, Book of Wisdom, Jose Baez. Number 5 is Katie King, Luis Perez. Number 6, Lip and Law, Caber Koa. And number 7, Turn Up the Music, Andre Worry. Post time in a few. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate. Race 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7, Fillies and Mares to go a mile. 4 to 5 on number 2, Equinox. First start of the season for Equinox. Who won 4 races at Finger Lakes last year. 7 to 5 on number 5, Katie King. Book of Wisdom, Katie King, Lip and Law, and Turn Up the Music. Turn Up the Music to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off half a step tardy. Book of Wisdom. It's Equinox set to the offensive by Kevin Navarro, going out for that early lead. Katie King, Lip and Law outside second and third. Last Glory saves all the ground in fourth. Book of Wisdom 3 wide fifth to the outside of Mia Nipotina, and a length to Turn Up the Music, who's in the seventh and trailing position at about 8 lengths off the lead. It's Equinox on top by a long neck over Lip and Law in second. Last Glory tucked in along the inside in third. A neck back to Katie King within striking range in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. A space of 4 lengths to Mia Nipotina, as well as Book of Wisdom and Turn Up the Music. First quarter mile, 24 seconds. Up the backstretch they travel. It's Equinox who has the lead by still a half length over Lip and Law. Rating outside in second. Katie King 3 wide. Last Glory's at the fence. Those two about 2 and 2.5 lengths off the lead. Then 2.5 lengths back to Mia Nipotina, the inside of Turn Up the Music, and 3 lengths to Book of Wisdom, who's now in the 7th and trailing position. The half and 47 and 4/5 on the far turn. Equinox and Katie King now first and second. Katie King trying to get the jump on Equinox, and Equinox now about a half length off the lead. Third place Lip and Law. Last Glory's fourth. Mia Nipotina's in fifth as they turn into the stretch, and it's Katie King who opens up. Katie King with 3/16 to go strides away by 5 lengths. Equinox cannot keep up. It's Last Glory on the outside, up into second momentarily, but with a 16th to go, it's Katie King. Katie King crushes the field, wins by 3.5. Last Glory indeed gets second over Equinox, and then it's Lip and Law fourth. 5126, Katie King first. Time for the mile, 138.38. Katie King coming back to the winner's circle, 2 wins in a row. New York bred. 4-year-old Duck Brown filly by Jovia out of Why Not Candy. M. Anthony Ferrero, owner trainer Luis Perez, the winning jockey Fazio Stables, bred Katie King. $6 the winning mutual, double $20.26, exacta $28.28. Super $7.99. Trifecta $15.54. Eighth and final Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final in about 20 minutes at 4:34 p.m.
All right, we get ready to conclude the racing week with this final race. Pretty good feature race. Big effort by Katie King and good use of the uncoupled entry. Light Pond Law used more as a rabbit as Equinox was very aggressive up the inside, and Katie King able to stalk and see Ferraro do that before. He's very smart with his stablemates, how to run both of them as the uncoupled entry. But Katie King still came home so fast at 138. Not sure if they would have beat her no matter what the trip. Perez for Ferraro. Last race, 5,000 claimer, never won 3, going 6 furlongs. Seems to be some pace signed up in here, although Blue Eyed Scout looks to make amends after running second as a heavy favorite last time. Got run down by Glory Bound Clara. Previous race was good, but since dropping to 5,000, she's run 2 good races in a row, stays at the level, and see if she can get it done. And she took off the blinkers too. That I think that helped her as well. Only in My Dreams looks to be the speed from the outside. She's dropping in class to 5,000 again. So her last 2 starts have been drops, and now she hits the bottom after not a terrible effort last time, but more as was expected for her. But I think most of the people playing her last time expected her to be on the lead, and it just didn't work out that way as she didn't break all that sharp from the gate. So a better break from the outside. If she's able to make the front end at this reduced 5,000 level, she could be awfully tough in this final race, and she might have to offer a little value. She's at 3-1. You got 2 barrel horses, kind of like the Ferraro horses in the previous race, although both of them have the same running style, so you won't see one used as a rabbit like they did the previous race. But Jessica's race comes off a 3rd place finish right behind Blue Eyed Scout, and she can improve off of that race because that was her first start off the layoff. She did hang a little bit, but that might have been something to do with getting a little bit tired. You would think that she'd run better in her second start. They come back a little quicker, so she's not eligible. She's not in for the waiver claim. But Cozy Magic also. Cozy Magic was running against allowance horses before dropping all the way to the bottom to 5. Now, she would be eligible for the waiver claim, but doesn't use it. Both of these horses have a chance, especially with some pace signed up. If they back up, look for one of these 2, if not both of them, to be rallying late. That's some of the contenders for the final race on the card. Said it a few times today, but we are dark the next few days. The next big day of racing will be Monday, New York Derby Day. We got 3 stakes races on the card, including the $150,000 New York Derby. 3 really nice horses in there. Well, the whole field is pretty good. But you got Talk to Me Jimmy, who ran second in the Peter Pan Stakes, won the Withers by 11 lengths. You got the horse that won the Mike Lee Stakes. He's looking for 5 in a row. And Safi Joseph supplemented his horse in there, as that one was a beaten favorite in the Mike Lee. Could bounce back with a good effort in the New York Derby. We also got the Oaks. And a rematch in the Leon Reed is you have that Brad Cox trainee 10-cent rules, who won the Barker, returning for the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. A lot going on Monday, including some food specials. Make sure you come out. It'll be at 12:55 first post.
Coming on the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes, number 1 is Jessica's Race and Jeremiah's Flores. Number 2, Cozy Magic and Oscar Gomez. Number 3 is Cue the Music, Chris Russell aboard. Number 4 is Adjustable Rate and Kevin Navarro. Number 5, Grand Golden Road, Andre Worry. Number 6, Blue Eyed Scout, Stephen Frett. And number 7 is Only in My Dreams, Joel Cruz in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Two minutes. Approaching the gate. Loading up. Blue-eyed Scout goes in. They're on the gate. And they're off, hopping the air at the start, Grand Golden Road. It's Blue-Eyed Scout who goes out for the lead, Only in My Dreams outside second. Adjustable Rate forwardly placed in third, now up into second, a half length off the lead. Cue the Music towards the inside fourth, a space of 4 lengths to Cozy Magic, who's to the inside of Grand Golden Road, and Jessica's Race towards the inside of the back of the pack. 2 distinct flights, about 7 lengths from top to bottom. Entry into the turn. Adjustable Rate on top by a neck over Blue-Eyed Scout, prompting outside second. Only in My Dreams, 3 wide third. Cue the Music towards the inside fourth. 3 lengths back, Grand Golden Road into fifth. The back 2 markers are Cozy Magic and Jessica's Race. As they arrive at the top of the home stretch, it's Only in My Dreams with a 3 wide bid. Blue-Eyed Scouts in between horses. Adjustable Rate plugging away at the fence, and then it's Cues of Music on the grandstand side in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead as they run to the 16th pole. A struggle between Blue-Eyed Scout and Only in My Dreams, Only in My Dreams, and Blue-Eyed Scout head through the stretch. Here comes the winning line. Blue-Eyed Scout wins over Only in My Dreams. It's close for third, Adjustable Rate, and Cue the Music. 6743, Blue Eyed Scout first. Blue Eyed Scout, New York bred. 4-year-old Bay Filly by King for a Day out of Blue Claret. Green Tree Stables owns. Dana Saul trains. Stephen Frent, the winning jockey. That's 3 wins on the card for trainer Dana Saul. Prices: $4.82 the winning mutual, double $22.04, exacta $14.82, try $14.61, super $15.93, pick 3 $14.90, pick 4 $56.42, pick 5 5 of 5, $271.03. Eighth race is the last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Wednesday. Next live racing date will be Monday. New York Derby Day. First post, 12:55 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.